Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street, the nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without... I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nursing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Olasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fode or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, CNN, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Viva. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radididu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out from the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, 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 let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first act, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? When are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from. I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that wasn't really the true picture. I due respect, I have to, you know, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others, you know, coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state, you know, asked me a question that, you know, because in the past, you know, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, you know, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, you know, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what do you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. You know, things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, you know, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, you know, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Jurikoka. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless, Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Hufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lead commodore of their navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But that's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. No, the child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education.
Correct.
So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. My son, oh man. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, because I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Our Chief Folami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, I mean, in the states, at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think that is falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only had connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well. But he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was the prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Well, eat well, eat the right type of food, eat chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy, and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement, to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups And another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stand in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its great in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACT, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are coming before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled it last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist, because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor, and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that Global Network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within the corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby we are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you're talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and he can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. if you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can you help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption. When you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem. Because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to code of conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the thread. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of the National Assembly, he told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this concern executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the project. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you notice that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be dig in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A charge will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. The former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, we are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you're not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you do not execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete signing an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pitches is. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it.
Thank you.
You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans, and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC. Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, The biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge, because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us the Nigerians that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even look at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Omobola Sandra. The federal government has confirmed plans to begin full deployment of over 6 million free electricity meters under the Presidential Metering Initiative by the fourth quarter of 2025. The announcement was made during day 2 of the Nigerian Electricity Supply Industry Stakeholders Meeting in Lagos, where the special advisor to the president on energy, represented by Eri Onagurua, outlined key funding sources, including the distribution sector recovery program, the Federation account, and the Meter Asset Fund. According to Onogurua, the rollout will prioritize high consumption areas, starting with Band A customers. She noted that proper installer certification, improved communication systems, and strong coordination between the Bureau of Public Enterprises, electricity distribution companies, and the National Power Training Institute of Nigeria are essential to successful implementation. The initiative is expected to reduce estimated billing and boost transparency in Nigeria's electricity market. The Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has directed all deposit money banks to begin charging users for unstructured supplementary service data, USSD banking services, directly from their mobile airtime. According to a notice sent by the United Bank for Africa to its customers on Tuesday, the change takes effect from June 3, 2025 and will apply a charge of 6 naira 98 kobo per 120 seconds of USSD session. Under the new arrangement, deductions will no longer come from customers' bank accounts, but will instead be billed by mobile network operators after the user gives consent. The move is part of the Commission's efforts to resolve the long-standing debt crisis between commercial banks and telecom operators, which escalated due to a reported 250 billion naira USSD service debt. And now moving on, Nigeria's Defense Chief, General Christopher Musa, has proposed the full fencing of the country's borders with Niger Republic, Cameroon, Chad, and Benin, citing rising insecurity as a threat to national stability and investor confidence. Speaking at the Security Forum in Abuja, he emphasized that managing Nigeria's borders is now critical for protecting economic assets and ensuring sustainable growth, referencing similar security infrastructure in Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. The persistent insurgency in the northeast and attacks on military facilities have disrupted local economies, displaced communities, and discouraged business operations. With Nigeria's long borders serving as entry points for armed groups, Musa said tighter security would reduce external threats and restore confidence for domestic and foreign investments. It is about safeguarding our economy, our people, and our future, he stated. Now, Chad has unveiled a bold national development strategy named Chad Connection 2030, aiming to attract $30 billion in public and private investments. The plan, supported by the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank, will be officially launched in September in Abu Dhabi. It focuses on digitalization, infrastructure, roads, electricity, and the digital economy, targeting average annual economic growth of 8% between 2025 and 2030. Finance Minister Tahir Hamid Ngulin said the investment would help reduce poverty, halve maternal mortality, and double agricultural production. The government also plans to grant oil and mining exploration permits to private companies, with expectations to grow the mining sector's contribution to at least 5% of gross domestic product by 2030, up from the current 1 to 2%. Also, inflation in Egypt went up faster in May, with annual inflation rises to 14.9% from 13.9% in April. This rise is mostly because prices were low this time last year, and also due to fuel price increases in April, which went up by nearly 15% as part of changes agreed with the International Monetary Fund. The government will release the inflation numbers earlier than usual on Wednesday because of the upcoming Eid al-Adha holiday. Experts believe this jump in inflation is only temporary and expect prices to start slowing down again. Interest rates are still high, giving Egypt's central bank the chance to lower rates when it meets on July 25. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms on Souq News Television. I am Omobola Sandra.
I love cocoa because of my everyday cup of coffee. You may not be a lover of coffee like me, but I want to believe that you would like to make money from cocoa if you have your way around it, isn't it? This is Cashcraft, where we share with you insights on how to make money out of different business ideas. You might already know, but feel uninterested. You might even not be aware and just feeling lost in the crowd trying to find what best suits you. Whether you know or not, it can only get better when you are open to more knowledge and great ideas. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I want you to join me as I spy into the cocoa business. No hypes, just what works. Everybody knows cocoa, but not everyone knows the many things it's used for. When you hear cocoa, your mind jumps straight to the chocolate, sweet, dark, rich chocolate. But cocoa is far more than a one-trick bean. Cocoa comes from the cocoa tree, Theobroma cacao, but the part used for cocoa and all the other products is the bean, which grows inside the tree's pod. The cocoa tree produces large, colorful pods. Inside each pod are 20 to 50 cocoa beans surrounded by sweet pod. The beans are the real stars. They are fermented, dried, roasted, and processed to produce cocoa solids, cocoa butter, and chocolates. Cocoa is rich in fat. Beyond chocolate, it is used for food and beverage, beauty and skincare, pharmaceuticals, agriculture and industry, health and wellness. Now, let's talk business. Starting a cocoa farming business can be rewarding, especially in tropical regions where the crop thrives. Here are key tips to help you begin. 1. You need to understand the crop. Cocoa grows best in humid tropical climates like West Africa, South America, and Southeast Asia. It needs plenty of rainfall, shade, and rich, well-drained soil. And it starts yielding from 3 to 5 years after planting. 2. Get training or mentorship. Learning from experienced cocoa farmers or attending agricultural workshops can help a great deal. Likewise, understanding the life cycle, such as nursery period to transplanting, maintenance, harvesting, drying and fermenting remains very important. Usually, cocoa trees begin their journey in a nursery where seeds from high-yielding varieties are planted in fiber pods or plastic bags. These seedlings grow quickly, and in just a few months, they are ready to be transplanted to the main farm. 3. Choose the right variety. Select high-yield and disease-resistant cocoa varieties like CRI series from Ghana or Amazonia and Trinitario hybrids. Number 4. Secure land. Choose land in a cocoa-friendly zone. Test the soil to ensure it's fertile and free from waterlogging. 5. Set up a nursery. Germinate seeds in polybags or trays for 3 to 4 months before transplanting. Alternatively, buy seedlings from a certified nursery. 6. Land preparation and planting. Clear the land and provide shade. Cocoa doesn't like direct sunlight. Space your cocoa trees 3 times 3 meters apart. Include shade trees like banana or plantain in the early years. We move to 7. Now, regular maintenance. Weeding, pruning, mulching, and pest disease control are crucial. So apply manure or fertilizer as needed. Number 8 tips you need to know is harvest and post-harvest handling. Cocoa pods are ready when they turn yellow or orange. Harvest with care. Don't damage the tree. Ferment beans 5 to 7 days and dry them thoroughly for quality. And now it's time to make the cash. The number 9 tips is to market and sell. Connect with local cocoa buyers, processors, or cooperatives. Remember that quality beans fetch better prices. Hence, focus on good fermentation and drying. Lastly, I bring you the number 10 tip. Think long term. Cocoa is a long-term investment, so be ready for it. No complaints or over-agitation. Consider forming or joining a farmer cooperative for support and better access to resources. May I add that to begin a cocoa farming business, it is important to establish a comprehensive business plan. This plan should encompass key aspects such as a business description, product offerings, organizational structure, marketing strategies, competitive analysis, operational procedures, and financial details. These elements are crucial for laying a solid foundation to successfully launch and grow your cocoa farming venture. Kindly do a very detailed research to support the tips I just shared with you, so when you get in, you can come out with encouraging profits. Note, this is not a professional guide. It is just a heads up, a way to call your attention or pull you out of the lost crowd so you can begin to think differently and think business. Until I see you again, I am Grace Komalafe signing out on Cashcraft.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market. supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic and Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola's philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
A very good afternoon and welcome to SBL with the hashtag Souq Business Landscape. Your daily dose of topical news and discussions that follows. You know how we do it here. Sometimes it goes both bars. but we focus on business, economy, and development across the globe. And we have a bias for Africa here. Today, we have a packed lineup for you. This afternoon, we'll be starting with energy sector, where the federal government is targeting free electricity meters. That should come with laughter, smile, and clap for Nigerians, because we know how far we've gone on that, and who is paying, who is not paying, and who is getting what you paid for. But the federal government is saying, hey, slow down, we've got plans. Next, we turn to oil and gas. It's all about good news today, but we'll still talk about a whole lot of them. Local companies now contribute over 50% of nation's crude production. People prophesied that it was not possible. Shame on them. Now we'll get to a major shift. Nigerians' energy independence is almost there, but what's coming with it? We'll get to talk about it. Here, they will explore the growing green health economy. Now, this is coming in a light that, well, I'll kind of swallow a bit to talk about it. 10.4 million euros. European Union coming, and a whole lot of posts, a whole lot of PR about it. We'll get there. We'll get to talk about China. Some figures are flying around in China, and this is getting us talking. We look at what is happening in China. It has to do with tourism and the amount of travel that happened in just 3 days. Tourism in China is something else. We'll kind of place it side by side with Africa and ask ourselves, where are we missing it? 653.7 million recorded trips in just 3 days. I will give you the full gist, and we will talk. When it comes to business, when it comes to development, when it comes to money making, when it comes to policies that affect all this three. You know you are on Souq News. Don't go anywhere. Now remember, join us on all the media platforms, all your social media platforms. Just go to Souq TV on all your platforms and follow. Call your friends, call your neighbors. It's time for SBL. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. When we return, I'll get to introduce everyone on this table for this afternoon, and we will kickstart. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back to SBL, hashtag SBL, Souq Business Landscape. On this beautiful table this afternoon to talk business development and the economy. To my far left, I have Moyo, one of Lagos. Hello, Moyo.
Thank you so much, Chooks. The introductions keep getting better and better. Thank you so much for having me, as always.
Yes, then I have the handsome one. He's still as slim as he was yesterday. Please give it up for Priye.
Well, thank you very much, Chooks. Hello, Lagos. Hello, Nigeria. Welcome to Souq Business Landscape.
Okay, and to my right is one of those that Christ said, you are with me now. And with us on this side, he's still with us now. The learned one.
The institution.
The institution, you call him. Doctor, you're welcome.
I don't understand.
You're welcome. Now let's go straight to our first story. It's a good one, and it goes to us. Remember, join us in this conversation. Send us your post, send us your discourse, send us your agreement on this agreement, and we'll talk about it. The federal government has confirmed plans to begin full deployment of over 6 million free electricity meters under the Presidential Metering Initiative. I say it again, over 6 million meters under the Presidential Metering Initiative by the fourth quarter of 2025. Now, those thinking is far. No, it's just 4 months down the line. Fourth quarter 2025. The announcement was made during day 2 of the Nigerian Electricity Supply Industry Stakeholders Meeting in Lagos, where the Special Advisor to the President on Energy, represented by Area Onagorua, outlined key funding sources, including the distribution sector recovery program, the federal account, and the meter assist funds. Meter asset fund. According to Onagorua, the rollout will prioritize high consumption areas, starting with Band A customers. She noted that the proper installer certification, improved communication system, and strong coordination between the Bureau of Public Enterprises, Electricity Distribution Companies, and the National Power Trading Institute of Nigeria are essential to successful implementation. Okay, now let's stop the news on that particular angle. What concerns us is that our president, whether you like it or not, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, had the excellency in front of it if you want to, is going to roll out free meters. We've waited for this for a very long time. In the fourth quarter of 2025. Now, it's this year, so don't get it twisted. This year, so just 4 months down the line. We are in this last month of the second quarter. Just 3 more months, and the third quarter is gone. This is now very short answers to everybody. Is this a positive initiative? Muyo?
Is it a positive initiative? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's all. Is it a positive initiative?
Not positive at all.
Not positive at all. Priye, is it a positive initiative?
I think it is a strategic initiative and can be positive if well executed.
If well executed. Now, for those that are wondering, meters belong to discos.
Yes.
Now, discos are distribution companies. Those are the last end of you getting power in your houses. Not generation, not transmission, discos. Now, before this time, meters used to be, you get into a facility, the meter is there. Whether the landlord or the discos or NEPA would provided it. Then we started buying these things. But when you buy it, it's no longer yours. Now, let's get to this. Will this address issue of spending on property that is not going to be yours?
Yeah, but I think the problem here, honestly speaking, is the fact that there are some people so powerful in this country that we can't ask them basic questions. And because we can't ask them basic questions.
Can you tell us these people are so powerful that we can't ask these questions?
We just take whatever thing that they say to us, hook, line, and sinker.
Who are these people?
Because don't forget, this is not the first time. No, I mean probably the owner of the discos.
Okay.
Who are the distributors of electricity in Nigeria. Because the reason why they were formed in the first place was to bring money into that sector and make it work. The government wasn't able to fund electricity, and there was this need to break it down into pieces so that you have segment of it funded by different categories of people to make electricity available for the government. And this was done since 2014 or 2012, thereabout. This agreement was supposed to be for the first 5 years, and if it was not working, the government should revoke
those agreements.
And sign on people who have resource to invest in that sector.
Okay.
To drive it. Because what we're doing here is simple. You give somebody who said, I have competence, I have capacity, I have fund to run electricity or distribute electricity on your behalf. Now the man, you borrowed him money to start off. He took over the assets
that were on ground
and sold it. Didn't invest money in that project. And now government is going to use taxpayers' money again.
Before government uses this money,
government
gave grants a year ago.
Yeah, to support private business. For God's sake, these guys are making money off government. In short, I read 2 days ago, Souq says owing Abuja Electricity 4 trillion. And government has agreed to pay them 2 trillion.
Do they have an industry in Souq?
Now, the way we ask, how much are they generating really? Recently, even in Lagos here, we had the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Hamzat, cry out that where he used to pay a bill of 2 million per month, they brought a bill of over 20 million for him for 1 month.
Okay.
Now,
why
I'm talking about these issues is because there's a definite reason why discos don't want meter. And they protested against Fashola that they don't have access to procurement and the rest of it, installation, people could bypass and all of that, and therefore they'll be shortchanging, and that's why they didn't want to support a third-party installation. So it has to come through them. Now, this one that government is coming, is it not going to come through them? See, people are buying electricity, for God's sake. Now, what should Discos need to do if they truly want people to be metered? Disco can give every consumer in Nigeria meter and back it off from recharge.
That was what it was.
It's as simple as that. If a meter, for example, a three-phase meter costs 2 million.
You take 0.1%
of it and back it off with 3. Because the asset belongs to you.
Okay. Now, not speaking on behalf of the Discos, let's go to the Presidential Metering Initiative, which concerns me a whole lot. Now, this was launched in 2023 after the president came in, and he wants to close the 60% gap of electricity consumers that are not metered. And he has a plan to deploy 5 million meters by 2027. But in 2026 already, he's looking at 6 million. That's a positive. Now, this initiative hopes to reduce energy loss, create jobs, and also revenue for Discos. That's well over 3 trillion. Now, the funding of this is coming from World Bank. There's a World Bank initiative that is bringing 3.2 million meters. Then there's a federal government initiative which is bringing 3.8 million meters. Then this is where Doctor was talking about that is also trying to pin me. The Discos themselves are only bringing 125,000 meters. Now I get to ask this question again. At what point are they going to start paying back these monies?
The question is, why are they starting from Band A? Exactly. Who have the capacity to pay? You see, we need to be very, very serious as a people. If government even want to support people who don't have meters, maybe it should be people in the rural areas. And those people in the rural area, they don't give them electricity at all. I remember the last time I went to my village, they told me and they said, what they do, they bring it 2 days to the end of the month, and then they come the following day to share the bill. Immediately, they use their villagers to pursue and recover the money, then they cut them off until the month is getting to an end. Okay. Now, this is what they are doing with these people, because they know that they don't have meter, and they're only doing estimated billing.
Doc, hold on. Now, we have a point to hold them. Let me get to you, Moyo, then I'll come to you, Priye. How transparent is this?
Well, I mean, as Priya earlier said, it all boils down to the execution of this. I do agree with a lot of what Doctor has said, because at the base of it, everything he mentioned was more foundational problems. But the reason why I said this was positive was because while we try to sort foundational problems, the present day-to-day consequences, we need to try and abate them a little bit for the people who have to live with them, right? There's so many people who go through so much stress just to get meters. Even when the debate earlier on was, because I've never had to pay for a meter before, so I don't know what the process involves. But every time I hear people talk about it, it's usually very rigorous. It's usually expensive as well. And my first thought is, why are we even paying for these meters in the first instance? And then you look at what I'm seeing online and the figures, you're hearing some people are paying over 200K for a 3-phase meter. What's all of that about?
And it's official.
And that's supposed to be official. So what is all of that
official
about?
With pride.
Official. My point here is, if the government is going to give 6 million meters, I'm going to take it. Do you understand? I will take it.
So do you go with Doctor, let them start from, instead of what they are proposing of starting from Band A,
now that is where I have a
can't even afford it.
That's where I have a problem, because the Band A people they have the money. Basically, that's the reason
why. Should we even have bands in the first place?
We shouldn't even have bands. The reason why we have bands is proof that the structure is messed up. That we don't have a proper infrastructure.
While we look at the structure, let me come to you, Priya. You've seen and heard Doctor's submission, which is like the submission of 99.9%, if we can add extra 9s to it, of Nigerians. Now, let's start asking ourselves this direct question. Why are these schools getting this kind of support from the central government?
Well, first of all, initially when we referenced the beginning on how this policy came about. And I could remember very, very vividly the former administration, the former vice president, Yemi Oshibajo, seemed to be belling. They used him to bell the cat that free meters are going to go to Nigerians. And from my own experience, I saw that most people I interacted with told me they bought these meters and they paid. In fact, I also got into a situation whereby I was being told how much to pay. And so I was like, okay, I think I heard the vice president say this thing was going to come for free. Then why are we paying for it? And at that specific point in time, the discourse at that time came up to say initially when they were coming into this contract, they didn't put so much contingencies into place. And they didn't foresee some of these disruptions that are going to come into the system, and that they have invested so much. And now they are on the disadvantage. So they need to recoup some of the fund. And that is why the whole tide turned around to where people now have to start paying. So, like you said, foundational problem from the onset.
Is it, are we seeing more of a blackmail?
Oh, of course. What do you expect? There will be blame shift. There will be the tendency to shift the ball to different goalposts. However, the current administration are now coming to place. I felt like, okay, irrespective of the the problems, how it started. Now let us look at it. We have 4 years. There is in this administration, there is a reform that is industry specific for the current administration to address specific issues. As we are talking about the tax reform bill and some other economic bills, reform bills that are flying up and down. This is a bill, or this is a strategic instrument for the current administration to address issues that regard to power and the inefficiencies therein, and also to make sure that they devolve electricity regulation and trading to the subnationals for them also to regulate and to take advantage of. And that is what gave birth to the presidential metering initiative, which is being driven by the national electricity supply industry. Because that national electricity supply industry is taking care of the entirety of the power program of the government through generation, distribution, transmission, and trading, which is why at the moment we speak, we have 11 states. So when they got this thing for them to run, you should expect that the current administration, if it's going to start looking at the anomalies that was created in the beginning before jumping into carrying out its own plans, it might take it a lot of time because of bureaucratic bottlenecks and all of that, but that's not an excuse. Now that we have it this way, the funds that the government is putting into it is much.
It's humongous.
It's much. And so we begin to ask ourselves, if this is what the government is putting into this, there seems to be, after devolving power to the subnationals and to this discourse for them to take charge, there seems to be some form of, are we having a collaborative effort? Or we are supposed to just give this to the discourse for them to make it happen?
Do you see a case where governments will recoup how much they are spending from this discourse?
No, and that is where the suspicion comes in.
Okay, just
that
like...
Is it that this discourse are being used by the central government?
Okay. That's a question. So now, Doctor, let me come to you. Let's look away from the discourse. Now let's look at this particular project of the federal government. How can we best manage procurement of these meters and distribution?
You see,
looking at the policy of Nigeria first.
Well, I have a whole lot of perspective on the Nigerian first policy. I don't even see it as issues that have to do with first procurement. I see Nigerian first policy as issue that has to first of all do with the mind reset.
But now we have a
but because you see, what I'm saying is that until our minds is completely reset, this money, you won't get value for it. And that's the honest truth. And that's the honest truth. Because a lot of our people don't believe in the country. And that's why we are doing the things that we are doing to ourselves. And it's even worse off right now that we're talking so much about let's have local content. What that already means to me is let's have more sacred cows. Because at the end of the day, the children of Obas, imams, pastors, children of politicians do this procurement, almost not accountable. Because even better now that if you give this thing to a foreigner to say do, if he doesn't do, you can cut his head because it's not your father, it's not your mother. He doesn't have anybody to call. So that's what I'm saying. The reset of our mind is the first thing to do because government don't need to spend this money. It's a waste.
China
of Nigeria does not need.
China itself was given this contract some time ago, and
that was the World Bank.
So they did not complete the number of meters that should have been shipped to Nigeria.
I need electricity. I need a meter. I give my money to Disco to procure a meter for me. 18 months after, they have not delivered.
Are you talking like real life experience?
I'm talking about life experience. So it's not as if that they are using their money.
Okay.
Consumers want to buy meters. They can't have access to it. So why will government be spending that money? The money that we can put in school, put in hospital, put in good road, put in good port infrastructure. Why should we use it to support a Disco who is exploiting the nation? So my own view is that spending this money, as far as I'm concerned, I don't think is something that government should really bother. Yes, the president did promise in his manifesto during his campaign that there will no longer be estimated billing. But I think what we need to do is that the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Agency should mandate Discos to sell meters to everybody who want to buy.
Why should they sell the meters in the first place?
Okay.
Let me give you a typical example. Your telecommunication companies don't sell sites. They don't sell marks. They don't sell theirs is just you buy your phone and pay the bill.
So let's assume that it's like the SIM card.
Yeah.
You buy your SIM card. So the SIM card is produced for the company. So the company owns the SIM card. It's not actually yours. So you pay for the SIM card. The consumers are willing to buy meters.
Are we?
Oh yes, we are willing.
Oh, I don't think they were willing. It's because
no.
were not forced to make
No. I still have people in my house who are still thinking, who are applying, and they are begging to get meters.
That's
so
because the free initiative did not come.
No. Even the free one, we are not talking about free one. They be selling meters, but the issue is that these things are deliberately hoarded, and there are reasons for it. What's the reason for it? The reason for it is that there are places where Disco refuses to use prepaid.
Okay, on account of estimated billing.
So they still do estimated billing, because with estimated billing, whether there is light or not, they will get meter maintenance fee. And whatever bill they bring to you, you're liable to pay. Otherwise, they carry their ladder to your pole. Okay. So whether it is just or not just, they make more money from the estimated billing than they will from, because you know what that means for people is that if you give me a prepaid meter, I will control my use.
Exactly.
And that is what they don't want. So, and I think we must, that's why I'm talking about the Nigerian First policy, to first of all understand that yes, you are doing business. We want you to succeed. We want you to make profit. But you can't make profit without investing in that business. There are people, there are companies that Discos can liaise with globally today and say, well, we want you to supply us meter as a service.
But there are Nigerian companies that also manufacture meters.
So, no, what I mean, I'm not even talking about even outright purchase. Meter as a service.
Okay, meter as a service.
As a service. So what that means is that
that's a good consideration.
What that means is that the company supplies the meter and they back it off from the recharge of everybody.
Okay.
And so we don't need to buy the meter. The disco don't need to invest in the meter. The company that is producing it is producing the amounts, and then of course, as a user, just like you buy software, and they give you access. So the company gives you access, and you use your meter for as access. And then if you have 3 or 4 or 5 companies coming to Nigeria, and they do that, they make a lot of money out of it, and this money is going to be coming monthly or annually for them. It's a huge kill for Asia company or Western company. So why do Nigerian government need to get itself involved with this? That the money that we can put in social service.
Can you do us a favor, Doctor? Hold on, Priya. Can you do us a favor? Each time you mention these companies, can you please give it more to Nigerian companies? It's a huge kill to Asian companies, West, and also Nigerian companies.
Yes. Okay. So
those who support say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now, Moya, I'm coming to you.
Those who say nay.
No, we're not going that route. I'm coming to you. Yeah. Now, this presidential initiative is here, and we all want it to succeed.
Yeah.
Now, if you happen to be in charge of, let's say, Ikeja distribution, how will you distribute this 7 million? Your share that is coming this way.
Yeah.
How will you distribute it?
How will I distribute it? Probably answer all the people who have applied that we have not answered yet, first of all.
Those that have paid?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be free.
No, I'm saying, you know, there's a backlog.
There's a backlog of people that have paid.
Yeah.
That have not received.
That have not received.
And then you give them now.
Then do you refund their money?
Yes, you should. Typically, you should do that. That's the ideal thing.
But
that's the ideal thing. But you know, would it happen? I doubt that. Again, see, we already know that. I don't want to sound defeatist, but we know the country that we're in.
It's a very good one.
It's a fantastic one. So that's why many of the times we go through all these topics, and I'm like, if we have the defeated mindset, then there will be really no point to any of all these things, right? So these people, the government has said they are going to give out 6 million free meters. Whether we have issues with the foundational problems of PHCN and the entire conglomerate and everybody, the truth is somebody is going to benefit from this. That's the human angle of everything I like to look at. Somebody is going to benefit from this, and it's going to mean something to them. So whether I, as the Ikeja Disco, decide to, answer the people that I've not answered yet, or I'm going to supply to a new area where there's a deficit and just give them, it's going to be good for somebody. Somebody's going to benefit from it. The whole point of this is that people benefit from this. And it's going to take a lot of political will and execution. And also maybe even us looking at more of like local production, as we've said before.
Moyo, you see, yes, people benefit, no doubt about that. But who are these people? Because that must also be...
No, I know. When I say people are benefiting, I'm talking about real Nigerians, the masses.
It's just like I read somewhere some few days ago, and somebody said, oh, we have done some empowerment, we have used AI to isolate people who are very poor in Nigeria.
Really?
Can we also use AI to isolate those who will benefit? So that we are not funding people who are already well off and who don't need it.
Yeah. Okay, so one thing that Doctor has not...
This should be like your final submission.
So one thing, okay. So I think one thing that Doctor, I would like Doctor to put into consideration is that the possibility for both the central government that is said to be funding this initiative and the discos themselves working hand in glove.
I think the World Bank is in.
No. He's coming from a different angle.
So because it's just a smooth ride, and it just keep going, and it looks like it's going to be perpetuated.
So the more we look, the less we see.
Yes. So the thing is, look, what are the funding sources for this?
For this, we're getting 3.2 from World Bank. We're getting 3.8 from federal government, and we're getting 125,000 from discos.
The federation account is also funding it.
That is the federal government side of it.
This rep is also another initiative that was put that is so funding. 700 billion naira in 2024 was deducted from the Federation account for this purpose. We don't know if it has been thrown into the project yet, or it's just line cooling.
Hope you know the World Bank side of it is alone.
Okay. Now, the other part.
500 billion to be precise.
The budget for 2025 and the Federation account. There's going to be continuous deduction for that purpose.
Okay.
Now, and where is this project going to commence? The fourth quarter of 2025. So, we can equally say that a lot of money has been set out for this purpose.
Definitely.
So, if you look at it very well, the discos are making a kill of almost from 3 places. From the World Bank that is facilitating, from the federal government that is setting money aside from the Federation account,
and from procurement,
the procurement, then from the people that have been paying.
Okay. Priye, thank you very much. Now, everyone out there can hear, listen, and be part of this submission. But this is where we should start talking. It's our responsibility as citizens, correct citizens of this country, to play our part. You know where these discos are. You know who owned the discos. Let's talk. The federal government is playing its part to make sure that you have light, you have power. But at the end of the day, are we paying more than we should? Is the government spending more than they should? Are they investing in someone else's business? That question is yours to answer. We'll go on a very short break, and SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giants,
Welcome back. This is still SBL. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq, and it's been hot and good. We want to hear from you, not just read from you. We want you to be part of this conversation. So go on Souq News TV on all social media platforms and let's talk. Now to the next story. Nigeria's oil and gas sector is undergoing a major shift as local companies now contribute over 50% of the country's crude oil production, up from 40%. This follows the exit of global oil giants, those names that you hear every time and it makes you shake. Shell, ExxonMobil, Eni, Total Energies, from offshore and shallow water assets, creating space for Nigerian-owned firms to take the lead with aggressive investment and field development. Key milestones include Green Energy's international launch of Nigeria's first fully indigenous crude export terminal that was in an OML 11, and Corn Oil's maiden export of its new Obodo crude blend. Good news, good things happening. Other players like Renaissance Africa Energy and Seplat, they had to really battle it until the president stepped in, are injecting billions of dollars into scaling output. Experts say this surge in local participation supports the federal government's target of adding 1 million barrels daily by next year, moving from 1.6 to extra 1 million. That is achievable. Though challenges like oil theft and aging infrastructure remain, we know the future is bright. So let me start with you, sir. Years back, people were shouting, local content here, local content there. But you and I know that the local content that they were doing were just supplies and field services. Now we are seeing local companies. I won't call them local companies. Nigerian companies. That is what they are. They are international.
Global companies.
They are national companies. They are international companies. But Nigerian major share companies coming to play in this particular sector. This is a new for us. For some nations in the past, what they did was nationalize all companies. Saudi, a lot of the companies in the Middle East, a lot of countries in the Middle East, and they got it right. Then some few African companies tried it and it fell flat. Venezuela tried it and for a while they had a lot of troubles. Then they started coming back now. Is this a positive initiative?
Well, for me, it's one of the good news in recent time to hear, saying that we have now Nigerian company, indigenous company, you know, treading on where these so-called lions used to tread. So which means they themselves had grown up to become lions. And that's quite heartwarming for me as a person. Seplat is doing very well, fantastically well. They brought in some new investment into that sector. These guys were there and they were not bringing in money, but they were actually systematically moving their capital away for a very long time.
ExxonMobil.
Yeah, not just, almost all of them.
No,
Chevron,
the ones
Chevron, Shell,
yeah,
they have been tactically moving their assets out. And that's why that sector has suffered greatly. But saying that we're not having local entrepreneurs wading into that sector, for me, is a whole lot of good news.
A whole lot of good news.
Good news.
Now, Moyo, I'm coming to you. Over 50% of our crude is now being drilled by Nigerian companies.
Yeah, and
that's 50%.
Yeah.
What used to be 100%, there was no Nigerian.
Yeah, you know, and that's why when he says it's I was about to say it's even better that we are showing that we have the capacity to even do it, right? Because, you know, when they left, it was about 40%, and now 50%. So we are growing. The capacity is increasing.
And they are trying to come back.
Are they trying to?
Yes, they are.
Oh, well, conduce to them. We'll see how that plays out. But it shows that we really, again, we don't really need them. If we can support our local organizations here, we have the capacity, we have the skill, we can learn, we can grow, we can look inward. It's not everything you should be looking outside for. Sometimes let's try and help ourselves. It will trickle down.
Okay, let's try and help ourselves. It will trickle down. Okay, Priya, I'm coming to you. Okay. When these multinationals, as we call them, some are still here, when they were here, there was one particular policy they did. They refused, vehemently refused to invest in the downstream, to be specific, refining, because they had refineries in their home countries. And so since our refineries were going down, the ones they had in their home countries were supplying us.
Yeah.
So they drill from here, send home, sell, tell us the numbers they want to pay for, and their refineries refine, and they sell back to us.
Yeah.
Do you see this resurgence of Africans drilling and African refineries coming up affecting them?
Somehow it should, but I think these guys are just too intelligent to act that way. Because I asked myself,
is it to act it or to show that it's really happening to them?
Okay, I think they are just too intelligent to just jump in, and we could see that it's really happening. Because it was the regulators that actually said that within the space of when they left and now, Nigeria has moved about 10% to cover the gap. So the question I asked myself when I was reading or just looking at it is that, okay, why the shift by the oil majors to deepen operations in offshore, in deep waters, their operations? Because as they are moving away from onshore and shallow waters operations, they are divesting to the deep waters operations. Why are they moving there? So how many local companies do we have participating in that terrain?
Some are.
Some are.
Yes, yes.
I really, in the deep waters operation. I really hope that they are performing up to, or even if they are doing a little bit below average. I really hope so. But we should ask that question. And also, the other question that I should ask is that when they were participating in the shallow waters operation, I'm talking about the Shell, Eni, ExxonMobil, and Total Energies, when they were participating in the shallow waters operations, and Nigeria was just 40%, just doing 40% of the local production. Why? Because right now, what are they doing? They are selling all those infrastructure that they used to have in that shallow water operations to local companies. And when they sell it to local companies, some of these local companies, when they went in there to check this infrastructure, some of this infrastructure, you know, that if we talk about the OML 150 license that Corn Oil is producing from, the cargo is, you know, is lifting about. It's a trading subsidiary of the Orlando PLC, and it's which Eni acquired now is divesting. Before then, if you look at we have like 360,000 barrels per day terminal located in OML in Port Harcourt, and the cargo it used to be owned by Shell. So it means that some of these multinationals, probably they were intentional, or no, maybe it's not good for their business.
Can I ask a
question?
They
did not develop the infrastructure.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Now, Doc, I need you to listen in. Over the years, we've had an information block from these major companies. Because most times, just like you said, at the end of the day, we can't put our finger and say, this is the amount that was drilled. Do you see the rate at which technology has so blown up in the last few years, affecting that information that's always been hidden? And it's one of the things why they are shying away. Because what you were hiding before is almost in the open. And you can't hide it as you used to hide it before.
I don't think they were shying away. It's obvious
the rate at which crude was being siphoned out of Africa, not just Nigeria.
It's being curtailed.
Nigerians and every part of the world, you can trace a ship leaving, you can know where it's batting, you can tell who is buying it. You don't even need to play in that industry.
They didn't do it just by themselves. They do it in connivance with some of the officials in the country.
Right now, that information is not as secret as it used to be anymore.
It was always.
So don't you think it's affecting their business and their backing?
Okay, so one thing I wanted to learn before you interrupted Chooks.
The sanitation that's trying to happen in that sector, beyond it, is also to look at the psychology of the Western entrepreneur. Take, for example, when these who talk about energy transition began, Europe has set a target for themselves, beyond which they are no longer going to be actually relying too much on these things. And if you go to check the footprint of some of these major companies in Europe, you'll see that they're actually diverting into this alternative energy source.
Yeah.
Because futuristically, that's where they are looking. And that's why for me, it's a good news. Our future should still be here.
We'll have the product, we'll have the market.
We have the product. Now, we don't need them to take it to Europe. If they can close their own refinery. So we can refine with either in Lekki here or we go and do it in Akwa Ibom.
And sell to ourselves.
And sell to ourselves.
Okay.
And our neighbors who needs it.
Still use it, yeah.
So I think these are some of the issues. So it's not like as it used to be, where you have just one player who is a monopolist. He has the knife and he has the yam. And he can move you to wherever he feels he will move you.
I think we must also understand that these people are not living completely.
They are
Number
not.
one, they are not living completely because it is just a divestment, more like a diversification. They just left from one aspect of the business to the other aspect. They used to be the major players in this specific sector. And because they were the majority over there, the Nigerian companies or the local companies were dwarfed. And they were almost not in existence. And they now left. For me, what I'm looking at is that when they were the major players in that specific sector, you could see that two major things that were needed in the onshore, in the onshore and shallow waters, it was that there's a dire need for investment and there's a dire need for upgrade of infrastructure. Yeah. And those two are very, very important because they were lacking in that. Now, these foreign companies, these multinationals, did not want to expend money because if you look at some of the local companies that are purchasing that license and purchasing these assets, they are spending up to about $15 billion within the space of 5 years. So if that's a very, very grand investment to go to ship or to sink into that specific sector, and they do not want to do that. So they are divesting to deep waters. Now, sorry, Doc. Just a moment.
But don't help us with the data. Help us with a data with the divestment. How much money? No. How much money?
Because it's still Nigerian.
No.
They are still in.
No. I'm only just going to raise an issue so that you can take them all along.
Okay.
Let us also know the value they have brought into this economy with this divestment.
With this divestment,
yes.
Of course, the divestment didn't just start in a very long
time.
Let's
know the value.
It started a very, very short period of time.
So now, let's know the value. What's happening? We can sell what the locals are bringing in.
No. Just
if we can know the value of what the locals are putting in that sector, we should be able to know what they are bringing in.
I'm trying to point out the required investment that these Nigerians are coming in, that the multinationals are shying away from. Because if they are going, they already have some to a specific level. They already have the competitiveness that is arising from the locals. They are moving.
Can I throw some spanner to this conversation?
Okay.
Hope you know that they are not even Nigerians in the first place.
Of course, I know that.
They did business based on what profits them and the company of origin where they came from. So most times they will not do stuff to profit you as much as you think.
That is where I am going. That's what I am pointing at. That is why I am stating that the
Nigerian companies are not at loss if they are putting money into that particular place.
Well, let's hope so.
They are not.
Let's hope so.
Let's hope so.
We've done what?
We've done over 50% of production, oil drilling by local companies.
What if? We must understand that they also inherited aging assets and stuff like that. They have to take all those things into
consideration. Let's assume that the multinationals needed to resuscitate and revive all those. They'll be talking about over $35 billion at the moment, and they are not looking to bring in that kind of investment into an aspect or a segment where they are completely divesting from.
As we speak right now, a lot of the Nigerian companies are not just mere small companies. They are good global companies, and they have done their due diligence.
Most of them are not companies; it's a consortium.
They've done their
it's a consortium.
Yes, companies as companies. They've done their due diligence before stepping into that particular space. Now, and also know that before the Nigerian companies could even come in, these IOCs over time have kept them away.
Why shouldn't they keep them away? They should look. Every businessman, every business. You cannot blame your business counterparts for bringing so much intelligence to disrupt the market so that their rival could be at the disadvantage and they will be at the advantage. Why would they create a level playing field for you to outdo them?
In your own country.
But they have not been doing that for decades back.
But right now, there is a new captain in the ship, and things are changing.
Who's this captain?
There is no other captain than the president, and things are changing. So now, see, if he goes forward and supports more Nigerian companies into that particular space, I don't even mind what name the company come up with. That is better for us. Now, we're looking at accountability. Do you think Nigerian companies will be more accountable, or the ones coming from outside will be more accountable?
You see, I'm not even looking at it from business perspective. Complete business perspective. What Mr. President has done is that this sector, government won't waste money here. And we don't want to leave it for one person. If you have money you want to invest, it doesn't matter where you come from. Bring your money in here. And of course, that's scary for a lot of people who have been operating in an opaque system, that have been working with people of low value to defraud the nation.
On a continuum.
And now there's a whole lot of satellite that is beamed on this industry. And I think that's the point that Souq is making. Now that satellite that is beamed on that industry, just last week we read over 200 of senior staff around in that entity we had to ask to leave. One of the MDs who was in one of the refinery, over 80 billion found in an account. Tell you the level of opacity of those who were regulating and managing that industry, in which they were playing all this while. They're not bringing more money in. The government is wasting so much money in that sector, in whatever name and whatever guise, protecting their assets. You know, we have to even sign a company to go be looking at pipelines to protect their assets from the national fund. It's supposed to be a joint venture. And they're not bringing in more money.
Before you even go too far, over 60% of the oil theft that were connected to the pipelines that were taken in the sea were coming from these same companies.
Sorry?
No.
Can you say that again?
Yes. Okay. So this is where
I
we have to
don't
put some
understand.
records straight.
Yes.
This is where we need to.
It's not just on paper. It was on the documentary.
No.
Yes or
foreign.
no?
Just a moment. First of all,
if this is easier to hold
divestment
in the house,
the divestment by the multinationals
outside,
the divestment by the multinationals.
Don't use that language.
Okay.
Because you have no value for it.
You are chasing when the multinationals are leaving your business for you that you have won, doctor.
Why are you not allowing me to speak? We are allowing you.
You're not.
We're allowing you.
No.
I just want you to put the
that
when you say they are leaving.
When you call it divestment, it means that they have moved money.
No.
To another sector.
No.
So let's know how much they have moved.
So when I say
that's what divestment.
It's not what divestment. They have moved money from one sector
divestment to another sector,
So let's know how much they have moved there.
they are not leaving the shallow water operations because of a government policy that was put in place by the current administration to put them on the disadvantage. They are not living because of that. Number one. Number two, when you say the oil theft that are taking place in the country and that the multinationals have a hand in it, let me tell you the place where they come in. They did not go to blow up oil pipelines. They did not go to break. Just a moment, Mr. Souq. They did not go and cut the pipelines to sift out fuel and to leave. No, Nigerians themselves go to carry out that dastardly act, ship it into a vessel, take it to the high sea, sell it in hard currency cash to the multinationals, who then buys it, takes it abroad, refine it, and sell it back to the country. So tell me, how are they stealing?
These are huge allegations.
These are issues that are done by Nigerians. Even when the multinationals are into this illicit business, it is facilitated by Nigerians and Nigerian companies. So why do you blame them?
We are not blaming. We're just telling you some
you see,
can I press your button?
in natural law.
Natural law. Not in the oil and gas law that we just passed.
Just natural
law.
A thief
is a thief.
And the man who received stolen goods are both culpable.
Yeah. The man who
now,
received
as a matter of fact, it's even worse off when you have somebody who is a big man somewhere and recruit people who may not have anything to live for, but have everything, they have nothing to live for, and they are not afraid dying for anything, to go steal for them.
Oh no, foreign company recruit Nigerians.
Now let me tell you what's happened. Let me tell you what's happening.
Recruit Nigerians to
Oh
go
yes, let me
steal.
tell you what's happening. This is what the badges that we are seeing on this water.
Yes.
What I'm giving you,
I also have information.
No.
Because it is in this the same country you saw the Nigerian Navy. The Nigerian Navy.
Take the Nigerian officers out. I can tell you.
No.
I can tell you. I can take you somewhere in Apapa today.
Okay.
I can take you to somewhere in Apapa today. And we're seeing what are they doing? They are recruiting people who have no work, and they are giving them LPOs. And these are the people who are in the waters taking this risk on their behalf. In short, there was a day, Falano was on the national television, and he said he had a data of the shipment where they were landing, I think somewhere in Atlanta in the United States of America, where they are offloading the thing that is stolen from our water. And a whole lot of young boys who don't, of course, we know that there's no job in the country, so people are doing all manners of odd jobs. And so once you give them those LPO, they are driving themselves crazy because they created the market in the first place
I would like
for
to,
it.
I would like to say something about this.
What I'm saying in essence is the fact that they cannot completely be exonerated and say that they are smart business people. No. They have been exploiting us for too long.
Great.
So since 1975 or 76, when oil was discovered in Oloibiri,
commercially,
and of course the exploration started, up to the present, they have been here. They have taken so much from this soil. What are they giving back to it? Except that this is where I'm saying that, you see, if a man comes to you and tell you, somebody who is smoking ganja at the road and say, okay, sell your father's house to me, I'll give you 200,000. He doesn't mind selling it because it's not his right sense of mind. So these are the issues. People who are not willing to deal with officials of government, and they will prefer to go corner with people who they know that they are not state actors, to do business with them for something that they knew by law belongs to the state. Then those people cannot be
exempted.
Yes, of course, in the eye of the law, because they are also culpable and liable.
Yes, great. I like that. And
30 seconds.
Yes, I agree with that. But the thing is, it's in this country that a sitting government appointed a so-called non-state actor and gave him the contract to watch over pipelines over in this country, for which we have seen time and time again that people ship this product out to go sell to other persons. It is when this non-state actor, through his organization, acted and caught some vessels on the high sea shipping stolen crude to go sell. Tell me, the Nigerian Navy was part of those protecting those crude, those vessels that stole crude. So please, this is not a cruel business or a criminal activity that was facilitated by a non-state actor that is not known. The Nigerian Navy is a state actor and is in charge also for protecting the Nigerian sea and the Nigerian water. They were caught and they just allow me land. Just allow me land.
No, I won't let you land on this.
Great.
Now, when you say the Nigerian Navy is an Nigerian Navy is an entity. If you say if you say personnel of
Nigerian Navy.
There's no need for that. You get the point.
Personnel of the Nigerian Navy.
It's just like you say.
So it doesn't look as if it's official for Nigerian Navy.
Personnel of Nigerian Navy.
If anybody's going to focus on that, then they need to check themselves. The point is the point.
You also know.
Listen to this.
Why we cannot go that route is because
if it's such a big deal, then the Nigerian Navy should come out and produce
we have
this
also
people.
seen
And
in this country
dissociate themselves from this.
where people who have never been to the military before adorn themselves with military uniform. That people are using military uniform to do.
There's a lot of conversation
that
but isn't this a crime to wear? It's a crime to wear military. It is a crime. So the military should come out and say these people are not part of us. It's not my. So the burden of proof is on them.
They could not even do that because the National Security Advisor was actually the one that intervened in this specific matter that was all over the media space, and they called out the Nigerian Navy. I know you are correct by saying I know you are correct by saying personnel in the Nigerian Navy.
Yes,
I know you are correct by saying that.
Big of a deal.
However, it was so we need to, when we look at issues like that, then it behooves us to look inwardly of those who are sabotaging the government's effort to clean this space, and that we cannot completely say it is only those who are running around the creeks that are responsible for this. If state institutions have been fingered in the process, then we also need to put them in, question them for carrying out
personnel of the state institutions, please. Want to join?
Thank you, Mr. Kumar.
We want you to join this conversation, and let's get to hear from you. This can only be Souq Business Landscape. We'll go to the next story and we'll go on a break. This is going to be a very short one. Now, for those that are wondering, European Union has committed 10.4 million euros to the Nigerian Solar for Health project to power 45 healthcare centers. Now, this particular news is making round on all media spaces across states with clean 24-hour solar energies. Now, this particular one, we heard it, the official was speaking in Abuja at a meeting with developers on the developers roundtable. Head of section for green and digital energy economy said the project aims to improve health outcome by providing sustainable electricity to primary health centers, enabling better vaccine storage, emergency care, and medical services. Now, this is where it also gets airy a bit. The project, which runs from 2024 to 2027, also supports small businesses. Telecom towers, question mark. Near health centers promoting economic growth backed by partnership with Nigerian government. Now, I get to ask, this amount we are talking about here, so I have to put my head down, is 10.4 million. Why all this PR? Why all this PR?
I'm thinking they spent over $1 million on that already.
Now, the another question I'm looking at is this: when are we going to stop taking handouts and stop being in the news for all this AIDS here, AIDS there?
Well, you see, it is a sorry state for us as a people when we look at some things that happen around us. And that's, for me, the real reason why I fell in love with that concept, the Nigerian First policy. This morning that is making headline of news is what some of our middle class here can do.
10.4 million euros.
Yes,
sorry to stop this particular conversation. Now, the headline, when I saw it first, it just didn't come like this. They were saying EU bills Nigerian health sector. I was thinking, did they send 12 billion? From different channels. I was now wondering.
Yeah, but because that's what solar
it's their money, first of all.
We understand it's their money.
It's their money, so let's not act a bit entitled here.
No,
we're not asking. If we don't need it, you can tell them to keep it.
There's something I saw recently, which make it very, very troubling. Which make it very, very troubling. Is to see, you try to moralize your exploitation of people. You understand that, see, 20 hungry people come and use camera to zoom them. They have given them clothes.
Fed them.
Yeah. But what that is exchanged for
is what we don't know at the end of the day. That's what the question we need to ask.
But we know that these people romanticize our suffering and they love a good photo op. We know.
What do they get in return? What are they getting
First
in
of
return?
all, that's not. You should not be thinking too much about that. You should ask yourself, why do we keep needing these things? Even
yes, that's the question he asked.
Even when he says what are they getting from this? No. You should ask. Why do we constantly, since I've been born, there's always an African country in need of an aid somewhere. There's always photo ops and videos of starving African children. Why are we letting this happen? Primarily, it is our fault. So if somebody wants to give somebody 10 million naira to do solar, and people 10 million euros, 10 million euros, and you know that you need it, right? You are a beggar. We are beggars. Let's be honest.
We are not beggars.
No, but that's the reality of what it is.
No, we are not beggars.
If you are taking handouts up and down, then what are you? Because that you have a 9 to 5 and you work hard and you make your money. Nobody says you want extra 10,000.
This is called.
Nobody tells you
this
that.
Is called.
Nobody approaches you with things.
This is a narrative that has been sold over time.
It's not. It's sold because we are a part of it.
Hold on.
That's why it's able to sell.
No. You don't need to be a part of it to get into a narrative.
No, okay.
They can sell a narrative over your head, and you don't know that you are being used. And this has been sold over and over and over again. When will Africans wake up? And
that's what you should be asking.
You people stop the doctor if you allow doctor to land.
Sorry.
So he's also in the air now.
No. Do you know why I said doctor should wait? The younger people should talk about this because we are the ones that are responsible.
Land later.
It's our time right now to not collect it.
To not collect it.
Yes.
How old is the minister of
all
these people? How much? How old are all of them? Over 50. That's not my age, man. That man is over 20 years older than me, so I don't know who you are.
So don't take it as you are getting there.
If the age is from my dad, I'll take it. But other than that, I'm good.
So, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu's aspiration to make sure that we attain a $1 trillion economy. When you look at him,
where are you going to?
Oh wait, you do not want it to land again. So when you look at that aspiration, and you look at the Nigerian economy, you look like, okay, apart from his innovation, apart from his drive through the tax reform bill to want to recoup money from taxing some luxury items and all of that, and all those aspects or loopholes that is looking at for us to harness to grow our IGR. You also look at it that Mr. President is not relying completely on those initiatives from the sales of crude oil and from the IGRs that the ministries, departments, and agencies are going to generate or that states are going to give back to the federal government. Is all a part of his eyes and intention is also, in that aspect of aid that is going to come to the country. Right?
Hold on. So, this is not affecting any business.
It's not affecting any business.
It will. We sure.
Renewable energy is not going to affect any business.
They are putting solar panels on.
It's going to affect businesses because it's an alternative power source.
For who?
It's an alternative, and when it comes to that alternative power source, it's not only going to be the health sector that's going to benefit from it when we situate them in those respective communities.
But they just said that cell towers and small businesses.
That's where I'm going to.
I will benefit from them.
Cell towers. No. Me and you know cell towers in Nigeria. Which solar power is going to power cell towers in Nigeria?
Maybe they have.
That's a fallacy.
Maybe they have some.
Let's see.
No, we cannot push it away because we don't have all the details.
Yes.
But you see, recently I was teaching, because I also pray sometimes. So I was teaching people a prayer point. You see, some people can actually be using your destiny.
Away. So sorry.
And be giving you peanuts.
I was taken aback.
Yes. And be giving you peanuts.
I'm still in the air. It's fine.
To continue to survive. And that's why I said they should pray against those kind of people. Anybody who is using my destiny and using peanut to keep me alive, please release my destiny. Let me be who I want to be. And I think this is kind of the prayer we need for Europe. Honestly speaking.
They should stop using our destiny.
You see, because you see us as very hungry people, and all we do is that they bring NSC for us. What that means is that it altered the negotiation table. Because you see, you don't want to fight your friend. who is really interested in you.
And is using your destiny.
And is using...
And you will not fight that friend.
But because you are not aware. You are not even aware.
So if we are not aware, Doc, then it will be an allegation that would not hold waters.
Yes, I know we are not aware.
Yes, because if we are not aware, if we are in a contract or we are in a transaction and you are playing your role, I'm playing my role, and we both have objectives, we are beneficiaries of whatever is going to emanate from that transaction, I cannot point a negative finger at you and say, you are using me.
No, that's why we are praying.
That's why we are praying.
That's why I call it a prayer
We've been
point.
praying for the past 60 years for our country.
That was why I call it a prayer point.
And
You see, if you see what's happening in Burkina Faso today.
Burkina Faso is
No. It's an example. It's an example. To say, well, I don't need your help. I don't need your money. Why will I don't need your help and I don't need your money become a problem for somebody?
Answer the question.
Okay, you want me to answer?
Yes.
It's not a rhetorical question. See, when they tell the when Burkina Faso made that statement, I don't need your money, I don't need your help. Yes. Is Burkina Faso getting help and money from still Europe, from the different quarters in Europe? So the thing is not about I don't need your money, I don't need your help. I am very, very determined on who is giving me that help and who is giving me that money.
Now, we need
France
we need to define
and Russia
AIDS.
are cousins.
No.
Burkina Faso now says, I don't need your money, France. And it goes to France's cousin to say it is your help that I need. I tell you, the cousins are still going to connive to exploit Burkina Faso. It's just that the other cousins have not started the exploitation process at the moment.
We need to balance this. We need to balance this.
Let's balance.
Now, there's the difference between AIDS and business. These are two different things.
Great.
He has given you a very good example. Now, let's go to the bad example. Congo is one of the most exploited countries in the world. The amount of planes that leave Congo are more than those that leave Nigeria, but those that leave Congo are not carrying human beings. They're carrying solid minerals. But Congo is one of the countries that get the most aid in the world. Why should they be that rich with more resources living and still getting too much aid?
What was the aid used for when they were given to them?
You said?
With the aids?
It's used for virtually everything.
Everything, including looting. Including looting.
I don't know if you understand. So now,
yes.
Because the person giving it to you is trying to make sure that you stay in that perpetual state of control.
What if I take the aid and use it to do something?
And use it to do something.
What if you? So they are banking on the fact that you are morally bankrupt.
There's a transaction here.
And why are they banking on that fact?
Ourselves
we should look into ourselves and pursue ourselves.
Let me tell you something. I don't know who's listening. If you want to give me some aid, I'll take the aid, right? And I'll just use it to do something that is good. That's all these whole people are using your destiny. I'm so sorry, sir, but I don't think they're using anybody's destiny. We are the ones that put our destiny on hold by continuing to take all these things and not using them to benefit the average Nigerian.
Look at the rural electrification project. Look at the meters project that we just talked about, and look at how much aid that is coming from the foreign shores.
It's a loan we are paying back.
Yes. Even the loans, if we are using the loans for the purpose, even the loans.
That's not it. We are paying back with interest.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's Moya, actually.
Oh, sorry. Now you are comfortable with it. I don't want it.
No, not that
HIV of
not
that
one.
Because there's no difference between them.
No, I'm just saying, man. It's not using.
Even the money is worse than HIV.
There's no difference between them.
We are going on a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Souq Business Landscape will be right back. Remember, join us on all social media handles. Don't go anywhere.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Welcome back. This is SBL, hashtag SBL, and that is Souq Business Landscape. We'll go to our last story for today. That is one that should motivate us, push us, and get us thinking. China's Ministry of Transport reported over 653.7 million. 653.7 million. If you didn't hear that, I'll say it again. 653.7 million interregional passenger trips during the Dragon Boat Festival holidays, marking a 2.5% rise from last year. The 3-day holiday, I'll take it again, 3-day holiday recorded that number from May 31st to June 2nd saw a sharp increase in domestic travel driven by strong consumer demand and improved transport infrastructure. Road travel led the surge with 597.35 million trips, followed by 48.03 million railway passengers. Airline recorded 5.63 million trips, while waterway transport moved 2.73 million passengers. The data signals rising mobility and a steady rebound in China's domestic travel and tourism market. Now I take a pause. People of God on this table, this is just 3 days.
Yes.
And we've seen a record of over 7 million people moving for a 3-day festival. Let me bring it back to Nigeria. We have Agungu. We have Oshobo Festival. We have Ojojoba that will be happening on Sunday, not far from here. We have Aro Festival in the east, Aro. We have Doba, Salah is coming. That will be Doba in Kaduna, that will be Doba in Kano, that will be Doba in Bida, all the major northern states. Then 30 December has found a route though, that is growing. What is stopping us? Before we start saying people should come from outside and feel Nigeria and buy, sell, eat, sleep Nigeria. What is stopping we as a people
from buying and selling?
From getting this tourism sector booming. When I was reading those figures, I was looking at, okay, these people pay transport. They'll sleep in a hotel. They'll eat. They'll buy festive paraphernalia.
Yes.
They will patronize the locals inside. So let's say give and take, if which person spends, let's say $50 for the entire 3 days, which will be more.
Way more, way more.
That is well over 20 billion made in
3 days.
3 days. Tourism is gold. Muyo,
yeah, I mean,
say something.
See, the truth about it is, personally, tourism is one of the things that I have a major grouse with when it comes to Nigeria, because we have so much, even just by way of landscape, even just looking at the way Lagos is designed naturally, the way the water comes into the map, the way there's almost like a peninsula, there's an island. It's really, really beautiful. Not many people can even boast of the topography that we even have here. You look at so many of all these places like in Cross River and all these other resorts,
Obudu,
Cattle Ranch. There's so much we could be doing, and I think that it's a mix of many things. Obviously, there's the security issues that we have to deal with, but I also think that there's also a thing where we don't particularly celebrate our culture, in the sense that everybody wants to just travel to Dubai or do something outside. Like, I think because our cultures are so diverse, there's so many people.
That should even sell us more.
It should sell us, but we had this whole mindset of everything from outside is better than what's inside. So we're gonna have. I think we do. Because it's in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you see a lot of people posting about.
Sold to you.
It's not just that. I don't think it's just that. Even our traditional plates and ceramics, they are good, but Nigerians won't think it's fine unless they imported it from.
Can I hold you to your words?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dirty December found its roots barely 2 years ago.
That doesn't have anything to do with our culture.
Hold on. Then, before that, it was just one person that was pushing.
In Donajuk.
No, I'm talking about the Lagos Dirty December event.
Okay.
Then, the sugar company came in. Then Lagos State came in. See what happened last year. To the extent that we recorded, what's it called?
Yeah.
We had Lagos as a state come back to say we made this.
Yeah, but I think Moyo has actually hit the nails on the head. Where I was in the UAE, and I was asking a local, because a lot of people come, and what UAE doesn't want anybody to perceive that there is insecurity around.
Fear.
Because it's one of the key boosters of tourism. People can feel safe.
Yes.
I remember a delegate that we went together to Dubai, and she left her phone, a newly purchased iPhone, in a taxi. And she felt really horrible. It was like the day was spoiled. And we say, this is UAE. The taxi man will bring it back if it was inside the taxi. And certainly, the taxi man brought it back.
Yeah, that happens in Nigeria.
No, in Nigeria, they will ask you for 20K. I'm not joking.
No.
I'm very serious. In most cases, I've seen this thing happen. I'm not lying.
Sorry, some good people will bring it back.
Thank you very much.
But you see,
But it's not
the point I'm making here is the
Not a
fact
norm.
that you see some people who come around and they're afraid to travel by road. Just taking a bus from Lagos Island there to mainland, and you are getting to Uru, people are telling you, hold your phone very well, because you don't know who's going to pick it by your side.
Sir, Brazil is a very good country for tourists.
Wait, you don't see that happen in the UAE. I'm not talking Brazil. Okay. I'm talking about you. So, for clarity's sake, I don't know how many people have traveled to Brazil from Nigeria. I don't know as many as I know people who moved to the UAE. You see, because people, first and foremost, are careful what happened to them in the body. I saw a family that they said the man came from all the way from America to Osun State and he was killed.
Yes.
And they said, my generation will not enter this country. So these security issues, we have to first and foremost address it. It's key.
Okay.
We can't create a tourist ecosystem without taking care of security. Is number one.
Okay.
Number two, cleanliness.
Is next to godliness.
That's what they say.
Yes.
We need to deliberately imbibe a very clean culture.
Okay.
And I'm happy that Lagos City are trying to bring back environmental sanitation. Okay, and they're doing that in Edo too. We need to clean up our space.
No, sir.
The waterways as well.
Hold on. Don't muffle your words. Can they bring back that to where?
To Lagos?
No. There was one particular state you called, but you kind of swallowed it.
Edo State.
Oh, okay. Hope you heard that. Now he dropped 2. Let's go to 3. What can we do? What can we do to make Nigeria a tourist destination?
I think he said it all.
No, he said 2.
He said 2.
Yes. Security, cleanliness.
I think a better transportation network also.
Transportation.
Yes.
One more.
No.
Okay. Priye.
Okay, I think I want to just buttress on what
time
said.
Is
yes,
not
I'm very aware. I know I have less than 30 seconds to do that. So, when he's talking about UAE and how the taxi driver could do something like that, of course, we have so many cases in Nigeria too that have happened.
Definitely.
In fact, there's a taxi driver who saw cash of dollars and returned back to the Nigerian airport looking for whoever was doing that. But the thing is, what happened in UAE was informed not by personal or voluntary disposition. It's a national ideology with the intention to sell the country.
Pushed by technology.
Pushed by technology.
Every single RTA car in Dubai has 3 cameras inside. Good. One facing the front, one facing the back, and then one is for the driver. Okay. So, which means, of course, if that thing was taken in your car, the police can track you down. Yes. Or you dare not do it.
Okay. No, so institutional. So institutional, one perspective. The other perspective is this. The laws, there is an ideology I don't know that these people create in their system.
How can we do that
here? To want to abide by that law.
How can
I was told that yes, before you step on the zebra crossing, the driver is watching you. You step as a pedestrian on the zebra crossing.
Your time is like.
They automatically just stop for you to cross.
Okay, can I say
I went to do a report about zebra crossing,
your own,
and I almost got
I remember then when they made using your seatbelt compulsory. I wondered how it was going to
but it
worked. Okay. So I'm telling you, these things can work. We just need better orientation of people who are committed to it.
Okay, now let's
Nigeria first.
Nigeria first. That's right.
If China can drop these figures and Nigerians are reading it and it's not making your hair twitch, then something is definitely wrong somewhere. We can make this happen, but it's not just government, it's me, you, and all of us. Thank you for being part of Souq Business Landscape today. Remember, we'll do this again tomorrow. Say, hey, keep it locked on. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. You can follow us on Souq News TV on all social media platforms, and we will follow back, and also send a hi if you hi us. So bye guys, boyo.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on the show today. Thank you so much. It's always a great time being here. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. God bless.
Okay, Doc.
Osamaza Idausa is my name, yours truly. We'll be back again on Souq Business Landscape.
Priye?
And from me, I said a very big thank you. You can follow me at Oyinpriye8 on Instagram and Oyinpriye5 on Twitter. Many thanks for watching.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that we would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision-making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoride, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comprehensive study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. I don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos State has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the horrible complaint of school is out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center, and it's from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. And we're bringing this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6% hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMB says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO of MyShemeds. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Obulafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Souq. We're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria control. Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment.
We are witnessing leadership by example. leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is the one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. And all members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for Health and Social Welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitization program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneering initiative now under Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Minister of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, Amen, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent health care facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 37% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that Honorable Minister of State not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. Indeed, when patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Your test is negative, and the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charted course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking out time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we had to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it, and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina, because those days when they take your blood test, it was replenished into the bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resource. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. The malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, the malaria-free Nigeria is achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we could say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million and at the end of February we are still doing less than 200,000, you are doing far less. So you need to double, your spike shoes. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, you told us from WHO that it's 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, you said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. And I want to commend the farmers and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful, because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very much. To all of our partners, Marshall Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Twice as much. All the very hard work you're doing. To my fellow Lagosians, 5 belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help on that. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Dr.
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. It was between her eye and her eye. This pre-elimination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-admission and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As we are done, so we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Ojude Oba is the annual social cultural festival with the splendor and grandeur of the Ijebus on display at Ijebu-Ode, the capital city of Ijebuland. It is a nexus of cultural and sartorial elegance, social grace, and evocative dance steps that has attracted indigenous as well as local and foreign tourists over the years. It is a celebration of the enduring age-grade system called Regbe, platform of cultural identity and unity of the Ijebus, including those in the diaspora. From its origin in the 1880s as an Islamic faithful's salam message and visit to the Awujale of Ijebuland, the Ojude Oba Festival has transformed into an all-indigenous celebration filled with fun and laughter. I shall be looking at the economic and tourist attractions and potentials of this festival in view of its increasing global patronage and attention it is receiving right now. Credit for the transformative feats of social engineering concerning the Ojude Oba Festival must go to His Royal Majesty Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetono Ogbagba II, since ascending the throne of his forefathers in 1960. It is a case of an iconic traditional ruler creating an iconic legacy. This year's edition of Ojude Oba Festival was estimated to have attracted over 2 million people and several more millions of a global audience. The social media was agog in transmitting the grandeur of the occasion. As is usual, Ijebu-Ode experienced vehicular and human traffic gridlock, especially in the city center, where the Palace of the Awujale and the Palace Annex hosting the event are located. It is a measure of the economic derivative of the celebration of Ojude Oba that all hotels in Ijebu-Ode and environs were fully booked from Saturday, June 15, 2024, through to June 28 to Wednesday 19th, the day after. Food and drinks vendors also made boom sales, catering for the teeming patrons at the celebration. At the venue of the celebration, opposite the palace, the Awujale was resplendent in the majesty of his royal regalia, supported by other traditional rulers in Ijebu land, with Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State, also an Ijebu, adorned in a desired native dress of sunshine colors that stood him out as a sartorial connoisseur. But then, in all good things, there are few contrary people sold to skepticism and negativism. The 2024 Ojude Oba Festival attracted such people who erroneously and mischievously described it as a fashion jamboree of no consequence to the welfare of the hosts and the environment. These skeptics and critics wondered why the Regberegbes should not offer scholarships, build health centers, and construct roads and boreholes. Some people even dismissed the Regberegbes outing at Ojude Oba Festival as a wasteful fashion extravaganza. In their anger, they wondered what a hell is this Ojude Oba Festival? What an empty hype. The coordinator of the 2024 Ojude Oba Festival, Chief Fasi Yusuf, told journalists that the Regberegbe had not only been feeding the people and educated the youths, as it were, but have also been providing infrastructural facilities. He described the Regberegbes as interventionist development agents, citing such instances of their interventions to include the 20 million naira renovation of the male surgical ward at the State Hospital in Ijebu-Ode, renovation of Nigerian Police Area Command Ekpeba, Ijebu-Ode, and building of police posts in different parts of the city. The 108-page Ojude Oba Festival 2024 brochure listed some of the other activities engaged by the various Regberegbes, as the resuscitation of the moribund School of Nursing and Midwifery Ijebu-Ode, scholarships to indigent students, construction of 4 blocks of classrooms at Omu Ajose Comprehensive High School, and 3 classroom blocks at Imososi Primary School, Agoiwoye. Other activities include the rehabilitation of roads, provision of boreholes and solar street lights, support to orphanages, homes, and homes for special needs, and free medical services for indigents. Chief Fasi Yusuf, who is the Bagbimo of Ijebu-Ode and secretary to the Awujale Council of Chiefs, stressed that it had become imperative to enlighten skeptics about the extensive ramifications of the Regberegbes as a unique, populist, social, cultural, economic platform where services were provided for the community and also for members. He pointed out that the Regberegbes had become unifying and uplifting platforms with the enhancement of the well-being of members financial and health-wise, considered collective responsibilities of the age group, where investment loans, payment of hospital bills of sick members, and donation to families of deceased members are made. Talking personally and professionally after my private investigation, interaction, and discussion, I will say categorically clearly that the glees and colors associated with the Ojude Festival is outside the ranks of any cultural festival in Nigeria. What Nigeria advertises to the world in Ojude is cultural elegance and communal cohesion. It is this cultural elegance that is being proposed as a tourism potential and strength for Ojude Festival as a major global tourist destination. For instance, Morocco, Africa's top tourism destination with 13.2 million tourists in 2023, has its vibrant culture as its selling point. Egypt, which is placed second with 11.5 million tourists, has its ancient wonders of the pyramid and the Valley of Kings as its attraction. While for 8th place Kenya, with 2.6 million tourists, the premium is its wildlife safaris. Nigeria, ranked 68th in the World Tourism Index, attracted only 518,000 tourists in 2021 from the latest figures available from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. This demands that Nigeria needs to create and promote a tourism policy and strategy with a properly packaged Ojude Festival as a potential tourism money spinner to tap into the gold mine of its 1.3 billion global tourists in 2023 that generated revenues of $4 trillion, according to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. The Ojude Festival should be funded, supported, and promoted to rank with the world's leading tourism destinations. These destinations include Disney World in Florida, in the United States of America, California, also in America, Cancun in Mexico, the safaris in Kenya, Paradise Fund in Mauritius, the aquatic jewel of the Indian Ocean, and the historic Colosseum in Rome, Italy. We in Nigeria need to appreciate and celebrate our culture as our patriotic, passionate contribution to global tourism. And the Ojude Festival is such a sellable cultural event. My name is Bayo Olaoye.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Souq News Television, where we're bringing news stories from Nigeria and across the globe. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the headlines. Tinubu honors Bill Gates with National Award for $2 billion health impact in Nigeria. Nigeria unveils $7.5 million AI hub to revolutionize health, agriculture, and education. Federal government launches 200 million naira fund to boost local fish farming, reduce imports. Liberia, Democratic Republic of Congo, elected to UN Secretary Council in diplomatic milestones. China's export ban on rare earth minerals threatens global car production. Thank you for joining us. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has honored Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates with one of Nigeria's highest national awards for his outstanding contributions to health and development in the country. The president awarded Gates the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, praising his commitment to improving the lives of Nigeria's poor and vulnerable. Since 1998, Gates Foundation has invested over $2 billion in Nigeria, supporting efforts in mineral health, agriculture, immunization, and the fight against polio. Health Minister Professor Mohammed Ali Pate highlighted how Gates and business leaders Aliko Dangote worked closely with local communities to eradicate polio in Nigeria. In response, Bill Gates thanked Nigeria's leadership and pledged continued support, including plans to help eliminate malaria and reduce malnutrition over the next 2 decades. And now the Nigerian government has partnered with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to launch a new artificial intelligence scaling hub. The initiative comes with a $7.5 million fund spread over 3 years to support the development of AI technologies in health, education, and agriculture. Speaking at the launch in Abuja, the Minister of Communications, Dr. Tunji Bosun Tijani, said the hub will help turn AI ideas into real solutions that improve lives across Nigeria. The project will bring together government, tech companies, universities, and development partners to speed up the use of AI in important sectors. The Gates Foundation Nigeria Country Director Uche Amaunu said AI offers new ways to solve development challenges, especially for underserved communities. The hub aims to make Nigeria a leader in responsible AI innovation across Africa. Still with the government, the federal government has launched a 200 million naira support fund to boost fish farming across Nigeria. The initiative, supported by the European Union and carried out in partnership with the Food and Agriculture Organization, is designed to help local fish farmers boost their production and reduce Nigeria's dependence on imported fish. Under the pilot phase, 40 fish farmers will receive between 2.5 million naira and 5 million naira each to expand their operations. The support targets key challenges like high feed cost and limited access to finance. Officials say the program will strengthen fish farming, create jobs, and help meet the country's growing demand for fish, promoting food security and economic growth. Away from that, strict penalties have been introduced by the Lagos State government for illegal dumping of waste, with offenders facing fines of 250,000 naira or up to 3 months in jail. The Commissioner for Environment and Water Resources, Tokumbo Wahab, warned that repeat offenders will face even harsher punishments. He said dumping waste in drains and on roads causes flooding, harms public health, and spoils the city's look. The government has already arrested over 3,000 offenders and is increasing efforts to enforce environmental laws. Builders and developers who dump construction waste in prohibited areas will also be prosecuted and have their sites sealed. Residents are urged to use the sign designated waste disposal services and public toilets as Lagos continues its campaign for a cleaner and healthier environment. Still in Lagos, the state government has started registering beach operators and introduced a licensing system for hotels, bars, and lounges across the state. The move aims to improve safety and raise service standards in the tourism and hospitality sectors. The Minister of Tourism, in partnership with the Ministry of Justice, will oversee the new regulations to ensure cleaner and safer beach environments. A new online platform has been launched where hospitality businesses can register and receive licenses. Registered operators must display their licenses clearly, and failure to comply could lead to penalty. Moving ahead, the number of government agencies using Lagos State's digital procurement platform has increased by 10, raising the total to 169. This move is part of the state's ongoing effort to fully automate public procurement and improve transparency. The Lagos State Public Procurement Agency is training officers from these new agencies to use the system, which manages the entire procurement process online. Officials say this will reduce manual efforts and open up opportunities for fairer competition among vendors. The e-procurement platform launched in 2020 has helped the state generate over 3.5 billion naira in regulatory revenues in the last year, reflecting its growing success. Away from Lagos, the Abuja Electricity Distribution Company has refunded more than 241 million naira in electricity credits to nearly 10,000 customers. This move compensates for billing errors and regulatory breaches between June 2024 and January 2025. The refunds were made following orders from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission to protect consumers under the meter asset provider system. Both prepaid and postpaid customers received energy credits or billing adjustments. Customers can check their refund status on the company's official website. Abuja Electricity says this refund demonstrates its commitment to transparency and improving trust in the billing system. And now let's take a short break, and when we return, we will bring you more stories. Just stay with us. The World News will be back. We're still on the World News and taking on the next story, the news in details. Liberia and the Democratic Republic of Congo have secured seats on the United Nations Security Council. They were elected alongside Brahim, Colombia, and Liberia to serve 2-year terms starting January 2026. The 5 countries will replace Algeria, Sierra Leone, South Korea, Guyana, and Slovenia on the 15-member council, which is the UN's most powerful decision-making body. All 5 were elected in uncontested races, but still needed a 2/3 majority vote from General Assembly. And now Ghana and Israel are teaming up to transform the beekeeping industry through innovation and strategic partnership. At a high-level forum held in Accra, officials from both countries explored new technologies aimed at improving honey production and tapping into international markets. The Israeli Deputy Chief of Mission, Aviel Avraham, said beekeeping plays a quite but vital role in agriculture and biodiversity. With huge potential for export growth, he highlighted Israeli agri-tech tools like smart hives and climate-controlled system as key solution to challenges facing Ghanaian beekeeping. President of Ghana's Beekeeping Association, Richard Okoye, called for urgent reform and transparency, especially in the use of development funds, and urged government agencies to support certification and market access. The forum ended with a renewed commitment to long-term collaboration for regional growth in honey production. Away from that, the South Africa Meat Processors Association is urging the government to act fast in lifting the ban on poultry imports for Brazil, warning of rising job losses and possible protein shortages. The ban was triggered by a recent bird flu outbreak in Brazil, while South Africa's Agriculture Department says efforts are on the way to resolve the suspension. The Meat Association says time is running out. It's calling for the immediate use of zoning to allow import from unaffected region in Brazil, the world's top exporter of mechanical debonated meats, which is used in products like polony, Vienna, and burgers. Some companies have already started laying off workers, and more retrenchments are expected if the ban isn't lifted soon. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah, has firmly rejected United States' demands to halt Iranian enrichment, calling the proposal completely against Iran's interests. He said Iranian enrichment is central to Iran's nuclear program and dismissed Washington's insistence as arrogant. The United States, seeking to limit Iran's nuclear capabilities, proposed the demand during ongoing talks aimed at resolving the decade-long dispute over Tehran nuclear ambitions. Despite multiple negotiation rounds, key differences remain, with Iran refusing to give up its uranium stockpiles or enrichment activities. It's still the World News. We'll be taking another break and we'll be returning in a bit with more story. Please stay with us. Thank you for joining us. South Korea's newly elected president, Lee Jae-myung, has promised to revive the economy and bring peace to a country shaken by recent political turmoil. Lee, who won yesterday's snap election with nearly 50% of the vote, said his government would focus on easing the cost of living, supporting small businesses, and promoting innovation. He also pledged to reopen talks with North Korea while maintaining a strong alliance with the United States. The new president faces challenges including rising global trade tensions and a deadline to negotiate import duties with the United States market responded positively, with South Korea's main stock index rising on hopes for reform and a greener energy policy. Moving ahead, China's Ministry of Transportation reported over 653.7 million inter-regional passenger trips during the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, marking a 2.5% rise from last year. The three-day holiday held from May 31 to June 2nd saw the sharp increase in domestic travel driven by strong consumer demand and improved transport infrastructure. Road travel led the surge with 597.32 million trips, followed by 48.03 million railway passengers. Airlines recorded 5.63 million trips, while waterways transport moved 2.73 million passengers. Moving on, Germany plans to speed up its asylum process by removing the need for parliamentary approval when declaring certain countries safe for return. The Interior Minister said on Wednesday this change aims to reduce the number of asylum seekers entering the country. The current system requires Germany's upper house of parliament to approve whether people from specific countries face persecution and qualify for asylum. The new plan would allow faster decision by bypassing this step, and the government also agreed to end mandatory legal support for asylum seekers facing expulsion. This move comes as Chancellor Friedrich Merz pushes for a tougher stance on migration amid growing public concern and political pressure. And now the European stock market rose slightly today as investors reacted to United States imposing new tariffs on steel and aluminium imports. The 10-year German government bond yield also edged up ahead of the European Central Bank's policy meeting. The tariffs excluding Britain took effort amid growing tensions between the United States and China. Traders remain cautious, awaiting key United States economic data and possible talks between President Trump and China's President Xi Jinping. Expert warned this could lead to increased market volatility in the coming days as the trade dispute continues to weigh on global growth prospects. And now global automakers are warning that China's export restrictions on rare earth materials could disrupt car production worldwide. China, which controls much of the supply of critical minerals needed for car parts like motors and sensors, suspended export earlier this year. This has raised concerns that production delays or shutdowns may occur if the issue isn't resolved soon. German car makers joined United States and Indian companies in urging China to lift the restrictions. As automakers scramble to find alternatives, diplomatic talks between China and the United States are expected soon to address the problem. Industry experts says this highlights the urgent need for countries to develop their own sources of these vital materials to avoid further supply crisis. And that's it. That's the What News on Souq News Television, which we've brought to you this afternoon. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News TV. On behalf of the news team, we say many thanks for watching. I am Grace Komalafe. Have a good afternoon.
Jimmy Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we are building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. K. Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums, such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I've done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this the reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025, so that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies' income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed, consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating part, creating section, etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina. You have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian tax administration bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claim. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian revenue service that should be collecting. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill is passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the State Internal Revenue Service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that although they are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be barred from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now, the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies. They are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of their countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those impositions of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. The said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bill are passed into law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in prices will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side. And increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services. And when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about subsidy, fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. and then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, in a simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card and other communication or telecommunication services or bank services or insurance services or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people are so that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law,
they will go back to this issue. The solution is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign, or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL fund. So NEL fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, and SEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. Well, from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%, and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the Federal University College of Education Polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents will insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester. In Nigeria here, some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELPO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I am of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund, which is like reducing what third fund is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third fund is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay? So that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meeting with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small your contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them were encouraged. So I said, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that, that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! if this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure, but you can see some sign of it, and you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue of sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. For all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bill if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental. I against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by the battle of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. My parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm saying. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers there when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design group is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who asks is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.